Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. I've also forgotten how to stream. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I am trying to get a bunch of stuff transferred over, and there's some weirdness that I wasn't expecting, so it's going to take me a minute before I get the code on screen. Good hello, Dukasoft. I was about to say good morning, but it's afternoon for you, so good afternoon. Good day, sir. Good day to you. I need to keep changes. I need to create a new branch. Did I already create a branch? Updates? Yes, I did. Bring changes. Why were you on main if I created a branch? Oh my goodness, and there's conflicts. What I meant was it's evening for you. Why must there be conflicts? Keep this one, please. Accept. So, I hope you had a fantastic Christmas, Dukasoft, and that your celebrations were wonderful. And I said that confidently because you did wish everyone a Merry Christmas, so I assume that you were also celebrating Christmas. Stage. Conflicts, woohoo! Well, I'm not the one resolving them. So the other thing that I need to do is... Man, what branches are all of you on? Yeah, you're on weird branches, so... I need to check out main for every single one of these. So let's start with you. PowerShell, please. Okay, and I should be able to do this one on screen. Let me just get this thing committed. Why was I on main? Like, I had been working in this branch for the past week, and this morning apparently I was on main, which is fun. I also had something weird happen when I restarted my computer, and I'm kind of disconcerted. It was disconcerting. It was... I still don't know what to make of it. And it kind of freaks me out. But I'll get to that. Okay. Commit. Everything else is on a branch, so push. I am, however, updating credit card info on all of the subscriptions I have on all the stuffs. Why do they have to expire, damn it? I don't know. I'm sorry. We'll say it's my fault. Okay. We are committed, checked in. So let's go to desktop. We are going to git checkout main, git pull, cd ..backslash ... You know, that was weird that it actually did a git checkout when I wasn't at the root. I didn't know you could be anywhere in the git repository and be able to do a git checkout. I thought you had to be at root. Anyway, we are at... Where are we? Lab data import service. So now we're in RMA git, and the next one that we need is the data armits RMA. Nope, armits file import utility, git checkout main, git pull. Okay. I don't know why I'm not checking out the branch that I need to check out right now though. Git checkout updates, or check out this branch name, lab data import UI components. Yes, perfect. Git pull, in case I've already checked it out, but I don't think I've ever checked it out on this computer. So let's go back to the lab data import service and do a git pull, or git checkout is what I meant. Git pull. Okay. And finally, connection manager, data import. Yeah, that one. Git checkout main, git pull. Oh, and it says it's up to date already, but it wasn't. Git checkout updates, git pull. Okay, so I should have everything in this solution now pulled and up to date. The reason I did it in PowerShell instead of inside of Visual Studio is because if I have the solution open and the project's open when I'm switching branches, when there are files that I've deleted and created new projects and added stuff, it tends to have a few issues with loading the projects. So I like to have Visual Studio closed, at least the solution closed in Visual Studio, while I am switching branches to branches that don't have certain projects that do have other projects. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So, since we last spoke, I haven't gotten very much done at all. I took both Wednesday and Thursday off, and then Friday was just a really slow, non-thinking day. I did not do a very good job of keeping myself from getting distracted. Hello, Jamie. So I ended up not streaming on Friday because I was just like, I need to get something done. And yeah. Anyway, so we're here now, and things are good. Things are going well. I'm hoping for a fairly laid back, fairly relaxed time with all this. But we will be forging ahead. Foraging ahead. Okay, but since we last spoke, that's good and all, but I feel a but coming on. So, oh, there was no but. Glad to see you going with Blazer from day one. The consistency is good. From day one, it was actually MVC, but that was a long time ago. So, it was before Blazer existed. But once Blazer came out, it was Blazer from then on. Yeah, I guess. I mean, were my first streams of DDMS Blazer? YouTube Studio. Content. My very, very, very first stream should be on here somewhere. Is there a way to increase the number of results? Or sort? Sorting would be good. Okay, my very first stream, April 10, 2020. Blazer. Yeah, this is DDMS, and this is all C# classes .razor. So yes, from my first recorded stream, it was Blazer. So yes, you are correct. You will get okay. I don't know what's going on with this. So I guess I can mention the thing that was really weird and disconcerting that happened. When I first got to my computer, would I classify myself as I hesitate to classify myself as a senior anything. The position, my job title does have senior in the title, so yes. But I feel very confident with my skills with Blazer. So yes. Yeah. Hopefully that's not too conceited, and it is just realistic. consistency in Blazor would be considered as senior. I think so. Okay, so here's the disconcerting thing that happened and is kind of still happening. And I'm not exactly sure what exactly is going on. But when senior is a bit early though. I restarted my computer, and when it was coming up, it had the green outline like a display is being shared on two of my displays. And to my knowledge, I don't have Jump Desktop streaming any of my displays to anyone. So I was kind of weirded out by that. And Jump Desktop doesn't actually have the outline on the display. So I was hoping, or I am hoping still, that it's one of the LG monitor display tools, because it was only my two LG display devices that had it. And so maybe part of the startup of dual monitor or dual, what is it called? Dual controller is the thing that caused it. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not that. And then the other thing that's happening is that my file explorer usually have like your history of stuff. I guess gallery wouldn't be the one on home. Usually you have your history of stuff, of files showing here, and I have mine grouped, but it's just not. This is what I get in here. So I don't know. But anyway, it's just disconcerting. I don't want to troubleshoot it or anything. It's weird. It's weird is all it is. But yeah. Okay. So, I guess I was talking about what I was working on between last Monday and today. So that is 1 week, which is technically 3 work days because I took Wednesday and Thursday off, but I'd still call it less than 3. So I want to double time from here out. I started creating the component library for the lab data service portion of this, for the lab data import. We have, for the most part, solidified the data import library, the utility that's used for importing CSVs and Excel worksheets into a C# class. And I just have a couple more things to implement as far as rules. Where are you? So a conditional rule, a transformation operation that is conditional as well, finish out the mapping UI, a whole bunch of the stuff that I talked about doing from last Monday still need to be done. But what I have started to do though is pulled out the demo data import page from my sample app into the component library so that whatever application this is going to live in will have this UI available to it. And the thing is, it might be put in multiple places. That's why I've been putting it in a separate Razor class library. Yeah. So Jamie is saying, so could it be that someone is hacking into your system to share your screen somewhere else? Possibly. I don't know. It's just weird. And then asked, do you use a CSS library or do you primarily just write raw CSS? I write Sass, but yeah, I write my own CSS most of the time. And I write Sass using SCSS. Sounds sassy. It is. It's sassy CSS. Okay, so the things that I'm pulling over currently, man, this is going to be really difficult to set up my displays in a way that I can work with it. Not sure what's the main difference between raw and it. So for SCSS, you can do nested rules. You can do that in CSS3. I don't know if it's actually released yet or not, but because I grew up with SCSS, I know the syntax for SCSS better than I know the syntax for CSS3. They do things a little bit differently, and I don't know why they wouldn't have just followed the same rules from the already established Sass syntax. But yeah, so I'm just very familiar with the syntax for SCSS. Point is, you write your nested rules, then when you compile them, or transpile, they get transpiled into CSS using whatever transpiler you have, or preprocessor, if you want to call it that. And so the difference is that for SCSS and most Sassy languages, like less, you can write your rules in a nested way that kind of matches your structure better, and then it'll output the CSS that is understood by browsers. And then in CSS, you can't nest rules unless you have CSS3 compatibility stuff, which again, I haven't looked at lately. I don't know if it's out. I don't know if it's official. I don't know what it's supported by. Also with Sass, you can use what are called Sass variables. So if I declare a variable here, some var pink, then I can use that anywhere inside of my CSS. And then essentially when this gets transpiled, think of these as constants that just get replaced with the actual value. So it's not like you can update these at runtime. So if I wanted to override the sum var value somewhere deeper inside of my CSS so that it works for that and down, that's not how it works. But I'm sure that there are more clever techniques that you can do with variables, like using the exclamation point default. So if it's defined in someone else's Sass, then it'll take that value instead. There's just a lot of stuff with it. You can also write functions and methods. You can write what are called mixins. But yeah, I'm not going to go to a full Sass tutorial or anything. First of all, I'm not super duper confident with the advanced features of Sass. I just use the things that I know and then look up the things that I don't. Like a for loop or any kind of control statement in Sass. But Sass is more like writing programmatic CSS. Okay, so I need to get my screen set up in a way that it's conducive to getting all of this stuff copied over. It's going to be pretty difficult, I think. A lot of stuff is going to be off screen and you will only be seeing the stuff that I'm working on. But I'm taking the page and its code behind, out of my main IDE into its own window. And I guess the SAS for it too. Not that there are very many styles currently defined. Like, I have very few. Then I am going to close everything that is in here. Do I have the data import state? Stato. No. Yeah, so I'm just going to close everything else. No. And it closed the ones from over there. It's a good thing it's just right here. Guys, no. No, guys. Come over here. That's the bot, so we ignore that. Okay. .razor file, .sas. And I would like the data import state. So one thing that I did with my component library for the data import utility, again, remember, these are going to be two separate libraries. There's the data import utility library that just provides the basic functionality for CSS to C# class or Excel to C# class. Then there is the lab data version of it where I'm making it specific to our organization's needs, which are to do the use this tool to import data that's returned to us from a lab that has done analyses on samples that we've sent them so that we can put them into a database. Make sense? Yes. Good. So within the data import utility core library, weird. When I shake like this, oh, I thought it was making my desk shake. And I'm not even connected to it. Anyway, the core library comes with its own component library if you want to use it. Again, this is the part of it that's going to be open sourced. And that component library keeps an internal state that you can also add your own to. Excuse me. So you can create your own data file mapper state if you wanted. Good day, TBD. So dismissive. No, I'm kidding. I hope you're having a wonderful and wonderful week so far. And that last week went amazing for you. Okay, so I need, I'm going to keep that on this screen. Because the lab data import service is going to have its own UI as well, I'm giving it its own state also. And so my import data, what is this thing called? My data file import utility, as I mentioned, has its own state. I'm doing everything in an interface so that my main implementation of this library, my usage of that library, also contains its own state that is based off of the data file mapper state, and I'm going to provide that externally to the components that I'm using. But there are some additional state variables that I want to keep track of. So for example, well, I guess I need to show this. C dot sample and then watch. Probably shouldn't have made you super big, so I can at least see if there's progress happening. Building. we'll fix those warnings. And it's also weird that on this computer, my syntax highlighting for my PowerShell isn't working the same. Like those would show up as yellow warnings. Okay, so as mentioned before, not too many changes to the actual functionality of the application. I'm just moving a lot of UI out into the component library. But here's an example of the process that we are using the data import library, data import utility for. Projects, new lab data. So I'm dragging and dropping a file that we received from a lab into the application. It loads the data so that I can see what's in the file. It's showing me any templates that I have already created. Okie dokie dokie soft yearly clothes washing. And so I've already done a lot of the mappings. If there were any issues, then I would see it here. But I could just load one where I know that that's fixed already. So I loaded a template, and now I can preview what my output is going to look like. And so this is what the transformed file is going to look, or transformed data is going to look like as my target C# object. So you can see that the column names are different because these are the column names inside of my, or the properties inside of my C# class that is going to be the target. And so the user at this point will be able to see if there were any values that are coming in that are incorrect. They would have the opportunity to finish or to remap those values. Like this shouldn't be file type should not be the file name. Instead, file name should be, and then I'll probably need to have some kind of man, what do I need to do for the file name? The file name is going to be a combination of the installation, the lab, and the lot. And it's specifically going to be the installation _ laboratory - lot number. And so now when we look at the file name, it's going to follow this format. I think. I mean, like this is just a sample. So point is that we have mapped it, and once we're done with the mapping, we can save the template. File name to a new template, which will now show up here, which it didn't, but that's okay. And we can upload the final data to the database using this button here. We see that there are no errors. We don't really get much UI for this is loading or anything, but we will get to that. Oh man, Big Gamey's about to raid me. But he was just streaming. It's gonna be super kind of him. I mean, we'll be surprised. Even though you can see me on his stream and hear me and know that I'm talking about him. Big Gamey's the best. It's weird hearing myself. Oh, you can't really hear me though, which is good. Probably not until it goes big screen. Okay, anyway, we're gonna keep going. So all of that works. We're good to go now. I forget what this button is. Down, 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 down. Okay. Cool. If you guys don't already know, Big Gamey, shout out to Big Gamey. First thing that happens when he comes in. Bang. Oh, wow, a raid. Oh my gosh, I did not expect that. Wow, thank you, Big Gamey. How's my surprise face? Did I do a good job? Hello, Belent. Hello, Sparky. There was also a shout out to TBD, so now would be a good time to shout out TBD again. But if you guys don't know TBD, game dev, he is, yeah, TBD gamer. Good grief. TBD gamer is a .NET developer as well. But because he came in with the raid, yeah, anyway, Big Gamey, hi, how are you? Hope you're well. What were you doing on your stream? Certainly you weren't talking about builders and construction people and doggos making noise and losing internet connection. and yeah. Clay is here. Man, lots of shout outs to queue up. Lots and lots of shout outs to queue up. I don't have a fancy shout out queue. I will introduce myself here shortly, even though I am sure the majority of you who hang out with Big Gamey have heard of me from him because he's such a very, very nice guy. Amazing. Hello, Foxy Kirby. Science streams, Claimer. I actually typed Claimer. All right. So let's talk about who I am. I am One Lion, and I'm a .NET developer. I work for a environmental National Wildlife Refuge, but there's an environmental cleanup effort going on. Well, that's already done. We're just monitoring and making sure everything is still going well and that the environment is safe and free of hazardous chemicals and waste and stuff. I do that. I work on a bunch of applications. I manage 7 or 8 web applications that are all towards this effort. I'm creating a new functionality to add to the applications. Currently, that's what we've been working on. So I am in the middle of my workday. I will spend the majority of my time focused on doing the work, but I do try to engage with you guys. And if you do have things to say, I am happy to hear it. Fridays on our channel, though, I dedicate 2 hours in the middle of the workday to just hang out with you and only focus on things that you want to talk about and things that you want to say. You can definitely ask Jamie. But yeah, it's Blazor development here, .NET development. As I was mentioning briefly, though, TBD Gamer is also a .NET developer that got shouted out just before Big Gamey's raid. And I want to just talk about his project that he is working on as well. It is called Liquid Sky. This is what he's working on his stream. And it is a project management and planning application that is going to be amazing. It's kind of like if you know about Jira or man, my throat. Jira or Azure DevOps. It is in the same vein as those, except it's going to be organized in a much more project managers are focused on the project managery stuff. Developers are focused on the developer-y stuff. Goodness griefus. What's my throat doing? Hold on. All right, we are cleared out. But he uses a whole bunch of different types of technologies, more than I have ever touched in my life, in one project. So it's really cool to watch his streams. Yeah. Anyway, ask away, Jamie. I will continue heading on the direction. I just gave a demo of the utility, but I can show that again real quick, maybe, if it doesn't crash. So the utility, the actual utility part of this, which is the majority of the UI that you're going to see, except for this dockable toolbar, is an import utility where you can pull in any CSV, any well-structured CSV where it has a whole bunch of rows of data that are pretty consistent and with or without a header row. And you transform it into a target C# type. And so that part of the utility is done. And the part that I'm really wanting to finish up right now is the part that is specific to the data that we're receiving from various labs. So in the past, we had received all of our testing and sample analysis by one lab, and that one lab used a very specific format to upload into our system. And we have a system that is able to read that format, turn it into the types of records that we need for our database, do all of the record check stuff, all of the sanity checks, make sure the data is good and not bad or whatever. But we are now sending our samples out to different labs, and those labs are giving us data in a different format than what we're expecting. It is at least a CSV or Excel workbook. Point is that they send it to us, and the first row is going to be a header row and the rest of the rows are data. And we just need a way to be able to transform what they give us into our target type. And so the application provides the UI to be able to map from the incoming values to the output type. And like I said, for the most part, that's done. I just now need to clean up the UI and finish implementing some of these transformation rules. For example, transforming a value by mapping. Like, let's say, no, matrix would be the better one. Let's say matrix comes in as water, and our matrix field only expects one character as the output. And we don't expect W for water, we expect L for water, because that makes sense. So what we would do is we would create a map of values that says, if you see the value water, map it to L for whatever reason. I mean, that's not the case, but just saying, if that was the case. But that's how mapping would work. I just don't have any UI for it. The actual functionality does work. We have tests that prove it works. Man. So yeah. Point is, it's there. I do want to add different kinds of mappings. For example, a conditional mapping where if this unit is nanograms, ng per L, we want to divide this by 1,000 and turn it into micrograms or something. Or if it's non-detect, then instead of printing out non-detect, print out -888.88, which is a real thing. So that one's a real thing. Or maybe it's -999. I forget which. Point is, it needs to be mapped or conditionally output as a value. So as mentioned though, what I am currently doing is taking all of the UI that I had in my sample application that we were just using to build the actual library itself, the lab data import service library, and I am turning them into the components. So this dockable toolbar is only part of the lab data import. It is not part of the original data file import utility. So that is what I am trying to organize my windows for. Here are the original pages, .razor pages, and oh wait, and then I have some new state that I was just talking about. That new state is going to be a data file mapper state, but it's going to have some extra objects that I'm going to keep track of, some extra properties that I'm keeping track of, such as the dockable toolbar itself, so that I can render it, so that I can enable and disable buttons based off of what is currently showing. Whether or not to show the saving, the save as template dialog, whether or not we are saving. And this way we have more control over our UI that's going to be split up into different places. And we just have one central state management object that is going to be able to show and hide UI elements. Okay, so Jamie's question. I know it's not your particular field, but also hoping that TBD Gamer can give his response as well. I primarily work with mobile interns of dev, but I do dabble in backend with Laravel in terms. Not interns, in terms. What is mobile in terms? Anyway. Oh, in terms. Okay, sorry. That's not one word. Let me try this again. I primarily work with mobile in terms of dev, but I do dabble in backend with Laravel while still exploring Express and Spring. Even though I would love to only dabble in mobile, since I primarily freelance, I normally see jobs that's more front-end web app oriented with the big frameworks, Vue, Next, React. And since I'm in a niche area, I don't really believe I should add that area as a commercial service. But what do you recommend? Stick to the niche, mobile dev, or branch out, risking the quality of work due to inexperience comparing to my experience in mobile dev, native, Android, Flutter? So again, the technologies don't really matter for this question. I think what you're asking is for your career path, should you continue going the direction you're going, stick with the technologies you know, get better at them, and try your best to make a business out of it? Or should you branch out, learn front-end dev, web dev specifically, and broaden your services that you offer to people, regardless of what the technology is? There is a discussion to be had. Thank you, Big Amy. There is a discussion to be had around which technologies to focus on. That one is a little bit easier to answer because it's vague. It has to do with your area, the businesses in your area. What are they using? What are they looking for? What is easier in the market? Plus, what are you already skilled at, and what are you interested in using? Because if you already have negative views on Vue, for example, then you probably don't want to use it because you'll just, unless you end up liking it, but in a lot of cases, you'll just be unhappy with the work that you're doing. So choosing a technology that you enjoy using is pretty important. But as far as should you switch to incorporating other disciplines like web dev, or front end or anything like that, that's hard for me to answer because it's still going to come back to the same question of what are your goals? What are you trying to do with this knowledge? Are you trying to do it only as freelance on the side and you have some other primary source of income? You're not trying to make a living out of doing software development. Is there enough market? Because like you said, you've seen a lot that are like, give me web dev, give me other front-end frameworks like Vue, React, and Next. you're seeing a lot of them, but is there enough work for you to continue? If you are doing this as your primary source of income, is there enough work for you doing only backend? Because if there is, there's no reason to change if that's what you enjoy doing. Unless you do see a trend in the market that is saying whatever it is that you're currently doing, working in Fortran is going to be so niche that you're not going to be able to find a job out there unless you find some really highly specialized, I don't know, application that was built in 1970 that needs to be maintained. And I know you're not working in Fortran, but that was just an example. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the market looks like for mobile development, especially just the back end or, I guess, middle tier functionality of it. There's probably a lot more need for UI mobile developers, even UI designers and UI developers, because I mean, the majority of us, it seems like, at least the people that show up here, are like, man, I really, really love writing the functionality of an application. That's my stance. But I have learned that I do enjoy doing UI stuff, the design portion and the implementation of UI stuff, after having done it quite a bit for my previous job. So yeah, so that's my 2 cents. If you want to talk about it in more depth and you happen to be around on Friday, that'll be a better day to discuss it more fully. No, that's not what this is. The display mode to use for the appearance of the field configurator. Cool. And TBD says, I think you summed it up nicely, but yeah, if you're around on Friday, would be a good community day topic, says TBD Gamer. TBD Gamer. TBD. I'm doing a great job talking today. Sure. Okay. So what I'm trying to do, as I mentioned before, is split out the UI that I have put directly inside of my sample app, and to now make it an official component library for the lab data import service. So where we have started is, okay, with our target type of, cool. Where we have started is by pulling out the original page. So once again, it's going to be on a different screen for me, just because it's going to be easier to work with. But this is the original page, the one that you saw on screen here. The majority of the UI, so this import button, the text that tells us what file we're importing, all of the data table display, the field mapper UI, the preview output UI, all of that comes from the core data import library. The only thing that this application adds, that the sample application adds, is the layout, so that we have everything in an application type of layout where we have a top bar, a navigation bar, and then also you saw the dockable toolbar for record operations that aren't part of the core library. So I'm doing things like saving the data to a database once we've done all of the transformations. Since I'm doing that anyway, I'm moving a lot of the controls for how to open the different parts of the UI just from this dockable toolbar. Saving and loading templates. That's another thing that this one adds, because I do have a data store now, I'm able to save templates, save configurations that I've already created in the past. So for example, if I drag and drop this file, it sees all of these columns that it has already seen before. And it says that unique set of columns with their data types have been stored in the database as this type of imported file, and it has these templates stored with them. And so I can then load a template, which there is a small bug where I don't know if you saw that, but if I push this button before loading the file, it doesn't actually give me my imported templates to start with. And so it causes a lot of issues. Point is that I'm able to save and load templates that I had been working on, reuse them, and just go ahead and dump the data to the database. You'll hear me say data and data because I'm super focused on that, because many people were like, it's always data, but I like to say data. How dare Big Gamey raid when I'm doing laundry? Welcome, raiders. Oh yeah, speaking of, man. Sorry, not sorry. I do have a list of people that said hello that I wanted to shout out. So Science Dreams, aka Belent, is a Twitch ambassador who is a science-oriented streamer, the first science Twitch ambassador, science content Twitch ambassador ever on Twitch. He has an amazing community. He has an amazing family that streams with him. There are 3 of them in all. There's him, his wife, and his daughter, who is wee little children's. Anyway, there's always something really cool going on in his stream, whether it's dissecting an insect or he does art. He does IRL streams where he's walking through a zoo, walking through nature and describing things, finding rocks, all of the amazing stuff. So if you're any kind of interested in science or just a good time, then check out Belent Science Streams. Give him a follow. Yes. Hello, Zons. Happy Monday. Okay. So I've explained the app now. This is going to be off screen, and I'm going to keep pulling the UI components over little by little. As mentioned before, I am adding additional things to the state. That's what you'll see here. I will split this into 2 panels. And it gets a little bit claustrophobic, but I hope you guys don't mind too much. You can always just like turn the screen off. I do love your viewership, but I don't want to trigger you if having multiple panels open at the same time. Oh, wait. I was doing it this way though. Normally I have them stacked on top of each other, but because I've given myself a little bit more room, I am doing horizontal stacking today. Today specifically. One time only. So here's my data import page. There was something that I remember what happened on Tuesday. So Tuesday I had planned on doing all the things that I said I was going to do from Monday's stream. And I got started. I started pulling the UI into this component, and I was planning on pretty much getting the whole page put together. And so I set up this component and I was trying to route to it. So that's this page here. That's this data import page. I changed the main page that was there, which used to be the data import page. Dang it, I am pulling it back over. So this used to have a route of /data import, and I wanted to use my external component library's data import page. And so I was just going along. I've done this a million times before. I created my page attribute directive, and I went to my app and I said, I want to make sure that this shows up in my list of routable pages. So let's go down here and add it as an additional assembly. And then I couldn't get it to route to that page at all. And I spent hours on it. I know I shouldn't have spent hours on it, but again, I was distracted at the same time as well. And what it turned out to be was there was one minor step that I forgot, which is in my routes.razor. I forgot to add it as additional assembly to my router component so that my router component would know that page exists in this other component library. So just a reminder, if you're using an external component library with routable pages, you need to add the additional assemblies property parameter both in your router component, wherever that is. It's in Blazor 6 and before, it's app.razor. In Blazor 7 and above, it's routes.razor, as well as in your program CS for the main part of the application. So reminder. Okay, good for us. I'm gonna forget to do that with the login UI as well when I have an external login UI library. Okay, so that's done. What other files do I need open? Okay, so one thing that I had previously, man, I really just need to keep this over here for now. I will make it so. One thing I had previously was on that data import page. Again, you'll see that there's this dockable toolbar that I needed to hover and be in front of the top bar. So I put that originally inside of main layout. And here's the dockable toolbar so that it could sit at the same level as my nav menu, my top bar, everything else, so that it could be Z-index above it. Otherwise, it would be inside of this article, inside of main, and that main would never have a Z-index higher than the top bar, so it would always sit behind the top bar, and all of the positioning and stuff would be relative to the top left corner of this article. So it was a bad time. And I was also specifying all of the toolbar content down here in a code block as a render fragment, which was cool. It was a cool way of doing it because I could still control showing and hiding the different toolbar buttons and setting them as enabled or disenabled, enabled or disabled, and have all of my handlers in here. However, if this is in a separate component library, I'm not going to expect the person who's using this to use my layout. Maybe they already have their own layout, which means that they're going to want the dockable toolbar separate. So what I'm doing instead is moving this over here. What I'm doing instead is I created a dockable toolbar that's specific to this library. Which is right here. May as well just start compiling that now. Did that just now create a compiler config? Does that mean that you aren't compiler configured? Yeah, it does. Okay. Comment. Wait, did I just close thing that I didn't mean to close? Pin U. Dockable toolbar. Okay, so now I have a toolbar component. Oh wait, it was the other one. You there we go. You're the one that I closed. Okay, so we have the toolbar component and all of its content in a separate component in this library. So that means that my handlers needed to be somewhere else that are accessible everywhere in the app. What better place to put that than my state? I know what you're thinking. It probably shouldn't be called a state at this point if it's not just holding variable values. It has functionality for doing things like updating the state or even calling service endpoints. And I agree with you. See, BitGamey just proved it. And I agree with you. It's more of a controller than anything, but it has state in it. So that is a consideration to make, but as long as I'm consistent, it doesn't matter as much. Yeah, we can argue whether it's the correct way to do it, whether there's a better way or not. I'm sure there is a better way. I just find it easier to maintain if I leave it called state, even though I'm going to have handle upload data, for example. It's not going to be called handle upload data. Nice. Scored a perfect 124. I can't believe you got it to actually say that to you. What else do we need? So the toolbar, the import page, the state, and that's going to be it for now. Okay, so I'm closing that window because it was getting distracting. There's another window open that has me on it because it's from BitGamey's raid. I vote call it Duca. Absolutely, it should be called iLab Data Import Duca State Controller Mediator. Well, when in doubt, if any of you are ever stuck on naming a variable, just name it Duca. It's the easiest way to get unstuck. Because we can spend hours tediously naming all of these methods, variables, class names. Yeah. But I don't think that would behoove us. Okay, so here's what I've done so far then. I've moved the methods that were in the original page. So again, the data import page had the dockable toolbars, and the code behind is what had the handlers for all of the toolbar actions. Instead, I'm moving that into the into the state. I peed my pants. Into the so true. I moved those methods into state so that they could be called from either the dockable toolbar or on the actual page content itself. Oh my gosh, great timing on that one. Shout out to Irish John Games, right? So the next one on the list after Irish John Games, I'm keeping on top of this. Ducasoft, you're amazing. The next one after this is going to be Clayman because he came in with the raid, said hello. But Irish John Games, since he is being shouted out, as you can see by the description there, he is a game developer working on a game called Rise of Piracy. Propede. Nice. Aw, thanks. He's apparently lurking, as he almost always does. Such a supporter, such an amazing streamer. Check out his streams. His game does have a super secret early access date that he's not allowed to share with us yet, at least as of the last stream that I've watched of his. I was kind of out all last week, so I don't even know if he streamed during the week last week. I assume he had at least one stream. But anyway, I'm almost always there, enjoying my time with him, hanging out with Irish John. Best times ever. Yup, no break. It's always good times at his stream. Great personality. All right. And that is Erstrengimth. Whereas he doesn't like invisible letters or silent letters. He doesn't believe in them. I add them in random places. Okay. So yes, I started moving a lot of these handlers into state. Handle find templates clicked. I really don't know what this button was supposed to be. Maybe I have an indication of what it was supposed to be. Wait, isn't this supposed to be in the other window? Did I somehow combine that? No. Okay. Wait, what? Find matching user templates is what that button does. Oh, so it's essentially just a manual refresh for find templates. So we don't need that. Getting rid of it. This got moved into state. This got moved into state. Awesome. And there is our shout out for Clayman Dev. Clayman has been working on a game called Epic Hero game. I feel like I'm repeating myself. And if you are looking for someone who just like does it until it's done, that's Clayman. He will go for hours and hours until he gets the thing that he's working on right. Super smart person, super just cool to be around. Fantastic times on his stream. Check him out. Another one that I don't know if he has been streaming much over the past week. I don't remember seeing go live. Well, I haven't been seeing go live messages at all. So yeah, probably broke my streak if Bit Gamey streamed at all during the week last week, because I just wasn't around. I spent I'm gonna admit this because it feels bad. It feels like I was a bad person, but I'm trying to help myself believe that breaks are okay to take. I had planned on working Thursday on this. Then when I got up at my normal time, came down here, sat at the computer, I was like, I'm gonna play Hogwarts just for a couple hours to start my day. I want to finish it up. I want to have it off my plate. I want to 100% it because I can't not 100% it. And so I started playing it and I finished the save that I was on. And I looked at epic achievements and it's like 4 missing achievements, 3 hidden achievements or something like that. And I was like, wait, what? What does that even mean? And so it ended up that you pretty much need to play as every house and get to a certain point in the game in order to get those hidden achievements. So I needed to play it 3 more times through up to that point. And then it would be off my plate. So I spent all of Thursday doing that. And then I didn't do any work at all. 0 is actually the best score you can get though. So you should be congratulating me for reaching the maximum score. Big Gamey, it seems like you've mastered the art of missing the target. Congratulations on your new high score of 0. May your next shot be even more impressive. The game is so good at jailbreaking automated realms. Gee, Beckner. Your sarcasm is noted and appreciated. Just remember, practice makes perfect, and may your next shot be a bullseye. Unfazed. Unfazed. Okay, we're gonna get this done though. So there's a bunch of stuff that I have not moved over yet. For example, this user import template model is the currently loaded template. So that needs to be in state. Right, I need the implementation of this too, please. Okay, thanks. Right, I need to do some cleanup. No, not CTOR. That's not what this is. Nice try though. Instantiates a new lab data import state. That's all it does. And then this is the lab data import service to use. And notice I am making this lab data import service public now. That way I don't have to keep dependency injecting it everywhere else. Instead, I'm just going to use it from state from this point on. This way I don't have to worry about state being the thing that controls all of the actual methods and stuff. That way it's not really a controller in that regard. But there are some things that it does while it's populating its state. So here I'm populating existing template based off of a passed in GUID. No, that's not the one. Why are you even in here? Show save as. Set up or restore new template. This is the one that I was trying to... What? What even? None of these are the thing that I thought they were. One of them is supposed to be the one where once you load a file, it goes out to the server and says, are there any saved user templates for this file? 8 bits per play is here. 8 bits per play. How are you doing? I rated in, that's why I'm here. In here. Jeez, I thought my memory was bad. I got so lost. An iced coffee freak. I see you all the time in Big Gaming stream. Thank you so much for saying hello. Better late than never. World got busy. I like world. You can leave it at that. You're not wrong. You're right in both regards. 8-Bit says, I'm doing good. Been learning a lot of shader stuff lately. Just finished a custom sky shader with clouds. It's a primitive one, but I'm proud of it. Awesome. And is it still 2D? Or are you doing 3D stuff now? So 8-Bits does a lot of 2D game dev, so he does have his own game that he's developing, while at the same time working on Unity plugins and I don't know the terms for these things, but like the extensions, the packages, the assets and stuff that you can have in Unity, the editors, all of those things. And he just makes them better. And he was starting on bleeding edge Unity 6 before it was even announced that Unity 6 was coming out. He was already planning for it and creating tools for it. He's amazing. So check out his streams if you're interested in that. I certainly am. That's why I lurk on his streams whenever I see him go live. Sounds shady. but cool. Oh, oh dear. You are going to be thank you so much for the follow. I don't show names of followers. I learned this from was it you, Big Amy, that I learned this from? I learned this from someone where I want to give you the opportunity to just lurk if you want to lurk and not be called out, but you're always welcome to say hi and hello, and I will certainly say hi back and acknowledge you. But I do acknowledge you regardless. 8-Bit says, I'm working on a 3D portfolio right now. Was working on a custom hex grid terrain system a couple days ago, trying to learn more about 3D, advanced 3D shader stuff. Even if it wasn't me, let's say it was. I'm not Automated Realms. You can't manipulate me like that. But for argument's sake, let's just say it was Big Amy. What just happened? How dare. Okay. Where am I? Where's my mouse? My mouse disappeared. Okay. We need the... Man, but which one is this? Oh, this is the type of object. Oh my gosh, this is not a parameter. This is where we get the objects from. However, this does not belong in here. Or does it? Or does it? Do I want to keep track of the user templates that it found for the whole application or only for the dockable toolbar? I only care about this in the dockable toolbar. Yeah. So we're keeping that in here, which means that handle template selected does not belong in state. So if I did put it in state, it needs to go away. Oh, right. And I was still adding a whole bunch of these, right? You're private, you're private, you're public, you're public, and you are pulled up, and you are pulled up. Those need to be renamed. And you could be a, what are they called? Primary constructor.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I don't. I'm feeling pretty good about it. My code is in a state. Is that the same thing? Yes, actually. Very much so. It's exactly the same thing. There's some unused stuff, but we'll get back to that in a second. This is probably all going to go in the save as template object. The issue is that the save as dialog, which I'm going to create its own component. Right now it is on the page directly, as are the other things. So this thing here is on my sample page directly. And so I'm able to keep track of the selected imported template ID, but when it's not showing, it gets unloaded. So if I move this into its own component, which I will, then when we are not showing it, it's going to get unloaded, which means it's going to dispose, it's going to lose all of its state. So I need to keep track of the selected template ID externally. I don't even see it being used in here, but that's okay. Anyway, Thindle, hello Thindle. Shout out to Thindle. And I did say hello to you, Sparky, right? You were the first one that chatted once Big Amy rated in. But Thindle is another amazing and fantastic .NET developer. He was working on legacy systems and migrating them to modern systems, but he's gotten so far that I don't know that I can say that anymore. He's been just continually improving his e-commerce app, his personal website, And I believe he's even deployed his upgraded e-commerce app already. And yeah, just amazingness. It's still that web forms to Blazor now though. Um, Went on the e-commerce. He also did create, and yep, the public portions are live. That is awesome. He did create a Visual Studio extension called NoDocs. So if you have any presentations that you're doing or you stream, then I highly recommend adding this extension to Visual Studio, if you use Visual Studio, of course. It does a really good job of masking out the values in a JSON or XML file so that if you do happen to open your secrets on screen, it'll mask out the things that your API keys and any values that you have in there, SQL connections and stuff. One bad thing that happened to me wasn't because of Thindle's extension. It was because I had copied over some settings from my secrets into app settings.json. And so my database connections had my password in there. And so I was like, and you can even, because I wanted to show that you can display your values inside of here. You don't always have to sit here with the masking turned on. And so I clicked the button and I had my password just sitting right there. And so it was already a pretty rough day, and that was very dumb of me. And so I felt really bad and it went downhill from there. Um, Thankfully, it was a password that I only use in these systems. It's just I used it everywhere in these systems, so I had to change my passwords everywhere. Yeah. Can't heal one shots. But we got past that. We're good. It's good. We're good. Okay. Handle template selected. So I do want this handle template selected from here. Gimme, 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 give. But yeah, anyway, good times over on Thindle stream. Plus, every now and then you'll get to see Zelda in the flesh, not just in emotes, in best emotes in the world. Okay, we are on crack. No, we aren't. Don't do drugs. Right, you need a... Must be alien. E.T. just called me and asked for 1 lion. Such a wonderful human or non-human identifying identity. Entity. I won't go into that too much. I may eventually talk about stuff like that because I've taken an interest in in being human and the human experience. I mean, I always have had that, but I mean, this is even more. No, not here. This is going in the dockable toolbar. You there. Preview, find matching templates. Yeah, so all of our handlers are up here. Okay, mapping state, mapper state dot. Wait, what was that one? Loading template. Loading template in progress. Okay. I was thinking let's not go into what I was just writing about. Oh, about the drugs. Don't do salts either. Always carry with you some amount of human salt in case you ever find yourself trapped in the fairy world. hope nobody got offended by that. But if that's the case, I deeply apologize. Offended by what? The alien thing and the ET thing? Oh, yeah. And there was this message from Big Gammy a million years ago. Breaks are not only okay, they are required. I got pinned. Bloody forgot. I had food in the oven and had to leave to grab it. Oh no. Did it burn? Is it safe? Is it secret? Okay. Our data import toolbar is complete. So let's do some cleanup in the code behind to see if there's anything that is no longer used. Selected IP. Right. And one thing that I typically do out of what's the word I'm looking for? Chicken fries. My sacred chicken fries were saved. I innately, when I'm coding, do it in a way where even if I'm going to be the only one using the application in this specific scenario, I still make it scalable in general. Or try to, I guess. And I use the word try, and I don't mean try. It just happens. So what I'm doing here is my mapper state can be provided either as a cascading parameter, as a dependency injected service, or it can create its own and manage its own internal state by itself. Oh, you did, and I didn't say hi back, Snubble. Man, there was a lot going on when you said hello. It was the raid, and I was saying hello to the new people that I hadn't heard from before, and they decided to chat. And then there were shout outs, but I did see you say hi. I read it. I just forgot to acknowledge that I read it. You said hello in that. So, hello back. I hope you're having a fantastic day. For all of you who celebrated Christmas, I hope you had a great Christmas celebration. For all of you who celebrated Yule, I hope you had a great celebration for that. And any other holiday and or just occasion that you felt like celebrating over the past week. I hope it was fantastic. As I mentioned before, I kind of disappeared for the remainder of the week after Monday. I wasn't even lurking anywhere. Wait, it was being used. What? Why are you telling me it's not used? Because it's never read. Okay, I think it's because of this. Once we delete this, we're going to see that the methods above are not being used. Come on, there's at least one. There we go. Set up or restore template, which then does not use. Yeah, there we go. Handle data file changed. Handle data file changed. Populate found template response, which is good. Handle template selected is being handled here, which is good. This is one that I'm thinking I want to put in state because it is manipulating UI display. But it is keeping the internal. Right. And that was the other thing, is that I started talking about this, but this variable here is going to get disposed when we hide this window. So why would I want to keep it here? Is it even, well, because it's not being used anywhere else. That's why. Or it is a type of donut. Thindle said, I locked down my dev main branch and use PRs even when I'm the only dev. Yeah, because good practice. True. I think the argument that I was trying to make against myself doing that is I make things more complicated than they need to be. I over engineer the system. But again, to me, it's not over engineering. So I'm like arguing with myself on this. Obviously, I'm not over engineering. I am doing my normal. This is just how I operate. This is how I think about the situation that I'm coding for. Okay, so where else is underscore selected existing template exist? In the question dialog. And we're setting this when we click on the Save Template button, which is going to be in the toolbar. So that's a separate component now. And so now this is being handled. 8-Bit says, making stuff scale by default is important for creating foundational support for project. You never know when you will come back to a project and want to use it and update it more. I agree. But again, I mean, it's just the way that my brain works. It's like, can I think of a way to implement this that is still maintainable to me, and hopefully to any other developer that picks up the application, and also make it extensible, make it easy to add on to if I needed to. Oh man. Okay, show me everything. Wait, what? Interesting. So this is specifically on the page and is not part of the title of the toolbar. Okay, I'm getting rid of this, which will get rid of this, which will get rid of this. Why is handle show preview still being referenced? Template is selected. I completely missed that. Okay, so this does need to be in state. Yeah, this needs to be in state. Mapper state. Because again, this is a control of the UI. So I am taking this out of the toolbar, moving it into Esteto. Mapper state. And I put you field mapper. I forgot what the name of the method is. Show preview. Yeah, output preview. And a shout out for Anna Sastev. Anna's been, I don't know what she's been working on. I haven't seen Anna in a while. Like over the past week, for example. As I mentioned, I have not been on anyone's stream over the past week. I'm only commenting these out because, again, this is where my brain is future thinking, always. I'm most likely going to replace these with a call to... crap, and now you aren't doing anything asynchronously. With a call to an event handler that says notify some state has changed if needed. But for now... Wait, you are doing something asynchronously. Oh. Inherit doc. Pull this up into iLab data import state. Give it a equation. I kind of don't... Come on, brain. Make a decision, though. That's the other thing, though. I will get caught in a NIFI loop. Is this the right thing to do? I want to do it this way, though. But that has these implications. But I want to do it this way, then, to handle those. And, okay. You get the point. I keep checking my email. That's why you see me look over that direction. Okay. Handle show preview there, which means that the dockable toolbar, that my data import toolbar no longer uses that, which means that there are no longer any references to the selected template ID. There is still in handle template selected, but what does that do? That just tracks the template ID that was selected, which does nothing for me here. And on top of that, isn't handle template selected? Ah, from the popover. Okay. So yeah, here's another one that kind of seems like it belongs in state as well, because the selected template is going to update a state variable for the currently loaded user import template. Yeah, so we're moving this too. Gutted. That's output preview. This is configurator. This is template. So I'm just going to do template. User import templates. User import templates. Oh man. Okay. There is no such thing as underscore mapper state. You're wrapped. That's why you look odd. I guess I can keep now selected existing template ID. Yes. Oh dear. Don't grab it. Did it just... I think it just relaunched the app. I think I've been in .NET Watch this whole time. which means that it just built, even though there's a issue. Duke is soft, Duke is soft. Oh man. The things you can get away with, Duka. I need to pull this up. Man, 10K badge. Dukasoft, weren't you complaining on Monday during that train that I believe you and a couple other people, well, you were one of the main contributors, and TBD Gamer and whoever else was involved, weren't you indicating that you're out of money and you've already overspent on Twitch? I mean, I appreciate you immensely, and I appreciate your willingness to give and your support. Thindle too, yes, Thindle also. I remember it was multiples of you, and made me feel bad. So anyway, should you maybe consider being a little more frugal? Speaking of though, you are contributing to a new fund that I am starting for myself, a new savings fund. I am gonna go ahead and try to fund a NOS for myself, a decently sized NOS. But 10K badge. Who needs food when you can spread joy though? But is it spreading joy? When I feel guilty for you using money that you could be using on your basic needs on me? You getting a NOS equals joy. Yeah, I'm like, one of the big projects that I've been wanting to do is to completely wipe all of my computers back to zero. So having definitely off the shelf. I do not want to build one. Having somewhere that I can dump all of my computers to, all of my backups to, and then wipe my computers to clean from start, fresh ground zero, nothing, do the updates, and only import data, reinstall the applications that I need and use. UNAP and Synology are the default go-tos. Ugreen has gotten pretty good reviews for less money. I will ask you in 3 months, I think, is when I am budgeting, when I think I'll have enough savings. I mean, there was a big boost from the gift subs and all, but yeah. I've got a Synology at home and 2 at work. Pretty happy with those. Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking at maybe 18 terabytes. I had a QNAP. Right now I got a DIY HPE micro server. But always annoying when things are not working great. Yeah. I've been moving my mouse around the screen for a while, because now I feel awkward talking about that. Why? I don't know. I just don't know. Okay. Which one did we just add? Something to do with the dog. Handle template selected. Need a... No. No. Show preview, data app, upload. Handles. user import template. This thing. But yeah, it'd be cool. And then after I'm done with the backups, so I would always have an up-to-date backup from that point on with RAID, the one that has mirroring. Is that what it's called? If you couldn't tell, I don't do very much of this. RAID 5. So I have all of my backups on RAID 5. I think it'll be 4 drives. 4 4-terabyte drives. And then I don't know what the deal is with RAM on these, whether it needs to have a decent amount of RAM or not. And it will also, so after I'm done with all of the backups and have stable backups, I would like it to also be my database server, and a few web apps. Good to have NVMEs. Yep, definitely will. It's just like I want it to go slow. I want to do my savings just right so that by the time I am ready to purchase it, new technology has come out. It's kind of like what I was hoping to do with the electric vehicle. Yeah, I don't think I want to run it as a virtualization server. I just want it to do web server and database server. And maybe a couple other services, but not anything that would require, not anything that would be a VM. And thank you again for the follows. As I mentioned before, I do not display the name of who followed. That way you can stay anonymous if you want to stay anonymous and you just want to hang out and chill and not get called out. Or if you feel like it, you can say hello and I'll say hello back. I've got a supplier sending me some demo hard drives from Western Digital. They're 26 terabytes each. I take it you have to send it back when you're done with that, but holy cow. That's going to be bigger than the maximum storage that I'm going to have with the NAS. Oh geez, you get to keep them. Synology also has their own RAID systems. If you don't want to get into RAID stuff, they can still run the normal RAID types. I swear I'm not paid to talk good about Synology. I mean, you've had great experience with them, and that's what I value the most. Your personal opinion is so high of them that you would say good things about them even if you're not getting sponsored. So that's cool. My current NAS is about 24 terabytes. Yeah, that's insane. And it's one disk that's going to be 26 terabytes. It's crazy. Yeah, it's still large. 24 terabytes is not a small number. But crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. Yeah, I need to validate a lot of this functionality that I'm moving over into state. Okay. Yeah, I guess my question to myself was, do I want to keep my found template response in state as well? It's already going to stay in memory because of the dockable toolbar. But I don't think that I'm going to be accessing the templates from anywhere else. Right? Right, except in the handle template selected, which is the next thing that I was going to move over. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. I think I see what's going on then. It's not bad. It's just not good. Oh, because there were other comments. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to say this out loud, but I'll say it just for you, Bikini. First, I'm gonna start with Dukasoft's response, or one of his messages above. I have no idea about QNAP, but I suppose they work equally as good. Thindle then said, actually, I just checked. I've got a 21.8 terabyte usable space. We 14.6 used, 7.21 free. It's kind of expected when you're looking at hard drive space where one of them is in gigabits and the other one is in gigabits. Like file storage on disk versus file storage. Yeah, I don't know. There's a difference. So then BitGamey said, and forgive me for this, what about QNAP? Thindle said to BitGamey, I had a QNAP and I wouldn't get another one. It's not bad. It kind of went.
Got him!
Thank you all for your bitty bit. You're amazing. You want to take a QNAP? I'm not going to do it. No. Okay. Crap. I'm just gonna move it all. I'm doing it. I'm moving it all into state. That's what it is. At the end of the day, state is what's gonna drive my UI, and my UI components are just gonna be dumb components that take data. And maybe do a little bit of UI manipulation as well. Okay, where does it go though? It goes into user import templates still. I'll put all of the private methods down here, the ones that nothing else should call directly. There is no mapper state variable. You're going to be pub. You are going to be private though, because on load, yeah, on load. Dang it! Can I get a constructor back? Oh, jeez. Let me guess. You put it all the way at the bottom. Where do you put your constructors? For those of you that write C# classes yourself, do you put it after everything? I can't even find where this thing put it. But I think the default is to put it at the very bottom, before all of your private methods, after all of your public methods. Okay, one thing that I want to do is subscribe to the on data file selected. And that is going to find matching user templates. Do you give this back anything? Excuse me. No, just expecting a task. Okay, so on file change, we find matching user templates. That's going to be an internal process that happens only in the state itself, and it will keep track of the templates. I'm not using this. Yeah, we're gonna have to verify all of this logic. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. I don't have bits, but I do have points. Yay! And again, don't need to use bits on me. I promise. I promise I'm doing okay. My constructor is at the top because it's that good. Yes. Everyone loves your bits, says BitGamey to Thindle. Truth. Okay. Summary, please. Yeah. All right. So that makes my my state. Aha. Right. Got it. So this needs to be public here. Wait. What are you doing? So we get 2 dad jokes. I'm going to focus on this after I read these. I know you're going to do your best to make that not happen, but this is one of those situations where I'm going to do the thing where I'm at work and I want to get this done. Just letting you know. You're allowed to do whatever you want though. So, Dukasov says, or gave us 2 dad jokes. One from Otherbot. It says, why did Mozart kill all his chickens? Because when he asked them who the best composer was, they'd all say, bark, 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 bark. It's already said that one before. Then BestBot said, how do robots eat guacamole? With computer chips. I haven't had chips, like for real chips. I made my own chips out of tortillas. So we get Blue Apron meals. Thank you. We get Blue Apron meals, and the tortillas that they give us, I don't like. I just didn't like them. But I didn't want to waste them. So I still ended up putting like olive oil and salt and baking them for a while, and they turn into the best tasting chips ever. So can recommend. But I haven't bought chips. Oh, yes, I have. 2 weeks ago, I bought my favorite kind of chips. If you can guess what that is, I'll give you a cookie. I only used this because One Lion made me. Wait, used what? Mr. Destructoid 2? I made you use that? How did I make you use that? Don't think I've ever tried to make my own. It's now on my to-do. Yeah, can recommend. What is Blue Apron? Blue Apron is like HelloFresh, like Big Amy said, or Freshly, or any of the other meal delivery services where you choose from a menu of so for us it's like 16 choices per week. Blue Apron is the place for me. If you live in the US and you feel like trying it, I can send you a free box. Whatever. So every week you'll get something that kind of looks like this, where you choose from a list of meals like these, and you can choose as many as you want for your week, but you're pretty much ordering 1 week's worth of ingredients at a time, and they'll send you the ingredients, the fresh ingredients. This is an amazing one, by the way. So you'll get a head of broccoli, you'll get rice, you'll get shrimp still packaged up, you'll get the seasonings, ingredients. If you want to see more, sign in. You'll get garlic, mayonnaise, all of the ingredients. So you get it all, and then they give you the recipe card, and then you cook it. And I love cooking, so that's why this one is the best one for me. I really, really, really enjoy cooking, and I have trouble deciding what we're gonna eat, what to cook. So if we order 4, then we have 4 days worth of dinners and then leftovers for the other remaining days, and that just makes it easy to cook. Again, not sponsored, nothing like that, just talking about a company that I really enjoy. I never liked it vegetables, and I had their broccoli, I had their corn corn was the most surprising. I used to get sick off of corn, but their corn is so good. It's super duper tasty. Yeah, it's amazing. Cool. This was actually something I wanted to point out that TBD mentioned previously. He's like, it's weird seeing service providers injected into classes and stuff. And I was wholeheartedly agreeing with him. And then on Friday, I found myself doing this. And I'm like, what am I doing? And as a matter of fact, oh my gosh, so this one doesn't even make sense at all. If we have a lab data import state. Oh, right. Okay, so I am not DI passing or grabbing an import state. This is just a service. I am getting it as a cascading parameter, and that is our preferred way of getting state to this component, is through a cascading parameter. If it's not provided through the cascading parameter, then we check to see if there was a state prepared in dependency injection. And if there wasn't, then we create our own internal state. Cool. I didn't tell you. I said if you can guess. So Big Amy is saying you never did tell us your favorite chips. If you can guess what they are, I'll give you a cookie. And I'll leave Duka's comment there in case you want to read it. Since we were talking about seafood. We even had the Metal Gear exclamation point come up from Sparky. Sparky was like, Duka soft? Oops. Okay, so here's where I'm going to burn through this section. It shouldn't take me more than 10 minutes, but I will get back to chat after I do this part. Mapper state dot found template response. We are turning template response in state into a public. Actually, we're going to do both private and public, because I want this to be an observable. Get is going to be that, but instead of being a public set, it's going to be a private set only. We're going to pull it up into the interface so that all of these things that are referencing only the interface, they know that this thing exists. Into iLab data import and inherit doc. Inherit doc. And that does belong with these, so good. So this set property here is a method that I have on just about all of my observable state classes, where it does the notify property changing and notify property changed, because all of my state classes implement iNotify property changed and iNotify property changing. The notify property changed also calls on notify state changed. So we have 3 total events that you can listen for on any of my state classes. One is the regular property changed for anyone that's used to using iNotify property change, iNotify property changing. Another one is a custom event, not a delegate, just a straight up event that returns a task but takes the property name of the thing that changed. And then a third one that says something in state is changed. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but if you care about any state changes, then this is the thing to listen for. So that's where those come from. That's how I am doing all of my observability in my state classes. I'm going to keep that there until we verify all of the methods, but that's where that goes. So now if we look at the remaining code behind in the toolbar, the only thing that this thing is tracking is our mapper state so that we can do all of the callbacks to mapper state to handle when the toolbar buttons are clicked and selected and such. But this is where we're going to need to be more careful because there will be some processes that happen in mapper state that are now affecting variables that the data import toolbar cares about. So these are the ones that we're going to need to subscribe to and unsubscribe from when this thing is disposed. So we implement iDisposable. We make our public void dispose. And we're going to have a subscribe up here. Mapper state dot on state property changed. Oh no. Did I really not actually put that in here? It's only on the implemented version. So I have a few things that I need to pull up into my interface for this. Found template response goes with my template stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna need to reorganize this too. You get a comment that says a list of user templates. And while I'm doing this session, is what I'll call it, of I'm not really interruptible, you are actually seeing what happens with my brain when I am coding, which is I jump around quite a bit to different things that lead to another thing. And it's like, I really should be doing a little bit more forethought. But when I am going through this, I go fast enough, in my opinion. Control F12. That I don't really need to worry too much about losing track of the things. It's data file mapper state. Okay, so data file mapper state is the one that is implementing base state event handler, and base state event handler is not visible to like the methods that only appear on base state event handler aren't visible to the interfaces. So I need to add those interfaces like so to my list of interfaces, and the methods from base state event handler, such as in yeah, this one, give me this, give me this, yeah, to be able to be subscribed to, need to be in the interface itself. That's not where I meant to put that. I meant to put that here, but that's okay. And region events pasta. Okay. You two are okay. You were already on the interface itself. So I would have been able to subscribe to on notify property change and notify property changing, but not these two. And these are the ones that I actually care about. So on state property change, back in our data import toolbar, we can now subscribe a new handler, handle state property changed. And notice that we are getting in the property that is changing. So we can ignore any of the property names that we don't care about. So I am only looking for, not data upload. Actually, there are quite a few because of the disabling buttons, but there is a separate method for refreshing the toolbar. So that's okay. Don't need to worry about that. The one that I do care about is the found template response. And this is the one that we are going to return invoke async. So the thing is that these events can be called from any thread. And so what I'm doing here is making sure that we switch our thread context to the UI thread before trying to do status change. Otherwise, it's going to say some thread that doesn't own the UI is trying to do a UI update. Okay, so since we subscribe to an event, we want to dissubscribe from that event. And there we go. Clean. So, did that get everything? Yes. I guess I need to make sure that the property changed happens when it will happen. There is no question about that because the way that I was writing the lab data import state method for handle template selected, not handle template selected, for load matching templates, find matching templates. This is, and you need to do a refresh dockable toolbar. I can dude, why is control stuck? Uncomment that, which I think you exist. Good. So once this thing does found template response equals, then we can see up here, oh, this needs to be capital. Set the property. We can set we can see that when we set the found template response, that we will do the set property thing, which raises the on property changing, on property changed, on state property changed, and on state changed. Yay. All right, so that, I believe, takes care of everything that we needed to take care of for this. Good. All right, reviewing. I think that's it. Yes, yeah. There was one more thing. We subscribed up here to on data file changed. And so we need to also unsubscribe for on data file changed when the state class is disposed. And thankfully, my dispose method is already implemented in the data file mapper state here. And it has all these. But as Dukasoff said, this method is not, it doesn't exist on this one. So we're going to change this to virtual so that anything that inherits from this class can override it, as well as call the base version of it. Override void dispose. And notice that I'm not using the dispose pattern, and that's because I don't actually have any unmanaged resources? Any managed resources? Managed resources that I need to make sure get disposed. Oh, wait, this method, sorry. The one that I'm trying to add is, didn't I create a new event? Event action. No, I didn't. Never mind. I would only do this if I had custom events that only appeared in the lab data import state, but I don't. But I would need to make sure also that I called dispose, base dispose. so that it does all of the cleanup steps from the one that already existed. But I don't need to do that. So we're good. All right, I am almost done with my review. I needed to take the comments and put them back on the constructor. And I do believe that's everything. Does everything with public visibility, is it all pulled up into the interface? Is what I'm trying to ask. Public, 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 public. Yes, 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 yes. Everything but the lab data service. That's weird. I could have sworn that I put that in here already. Very weird. Okay, so lab data service. Cool. Whew. All right. Gochiso-sama deshita. It was a delicious meal. So let's see what we got. It wasn't very many comments during that time. Snubble asked, does anyone have any New Year's resolutions? So Sparky said, I only fail at them, so I don't make them. Dukasaw said, my New Year's resolution, keep my job and stay healthy-ish. Healthy fish? Asked Snubble. Some fish, maybe, but not only fish. Sparky said, only fish and chips. Duka said, ooh, OMG, Sparky, you make me hungry. I made myself hungry too, says Sparky. Dukasoff laughed. Big Gamey says, fish and chips. Fish and chips. Okay, some archery game. Pew to pew to pew. Pew, 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 pew. So I take it you guys like pew more than shoot and shoot. And then Snobble says, I can count on 3 fingers how many times I implemented a finalizer. Yeah. So depending on how you segment, that could be 9, up to 9, I guess. Or if you're doing binary, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. I can't do it. 8. Still. 2 to the 3rd is 8. Um, 8-Bit says, New Year's resolution, get a new job. Now that my team was laid off, do note, not sad, it happens. Using this as a chance to improve my skills for a better position in portfolio. Awesome. So I've always felt that New Year's is just kind of odd. We're marking the passing of the turn of a year that isn't necessarily on the day of a new year, per se. Number of trips around the sun, that is. Since it's been changed a few times, the target has moved. So is it really the new year? But I do know, I do respect that it is the marking of the passing of time, and that we have honored that for quite a while. And it's cool that you have resolutions and stuff, but I just do things day to day, and I don't use this as a special time to be like, I'm gonna change this. That just happens throughout the year for me. I don't like this behavior that I'm doing. I'm gonna work on it starting now. Whether that's February 2nd or August 18th or October 12th. So no resolutions for me is what I'm trying to say. Because I'm constantly working on something. However, what I am interested in So the question that I would ask on Friday, that I was going to ask this past Friday, but I'll ask next Friday. So if you want to start thinking about this, what things do you hope to accomplish in the next year? What goals, what plans do you have? Like, you don't necessarily need to be the type of person to make plans or anything. I'm just wondering if you have any, what plans do you have? And that's kind of like a resolution, I guess. But this is more just what aspirations. What things would you want to use in your time for in the future? Over the next year, over the next 2 years, over the next 6 years, and reflect on better ask that question next year. Probably will. Reflect on what things did you accomplish in the past year. So it doesn't really matter that, this is not being done on January 1st or December 31st or whatever. It's just a reflection of seeing the journey that you've traveled through so far and the journey that you're going to continue traveling going forward. With maybe a goal in mind, maybe you don't have a goal, maybe you just want to know what your path, or don't even know what your path looks like, but what you would like your path to have in it. 8-Bit says, goal, to release stable version of my Unity platformer Metroidvania package. Did I mention how much I love Metroidvania games? Platformers are just, like, my favorite has to have been the Game Boy Advanced Metroid that I can't think of the name of. The Metroid that was on Game Boy Advance, and the 16 different versions of Castlevania for Nintendo through Game Boy Advance and SNES, I guess. Duka says, also, I hope to finish my work project before the deadline. Metroid Fusion, and yeah, Metroid Fusion was the one, and Zero Mission were on the Game Boy Advance. Metroid Fusion was my all-time favorite. Sparky Pugwash says, I have been working on new recipes, so we'll probably keep on working on that, and I am making a fruity fly needle felt. I heard Big Gamey talking about needle felt because he was responding to you. I don't exactly know what needle felt is. I can imagine what it is. So you should play the sequel to Fusion that came out on Switch. I don't have a Switch. I haven't had a console past PlayStation 3. Yeah. I say that I love Metroidvania games, but if I'm gonna play a game now, since I don't play very many games anymore, I'd like it to be very heavily story-driven, graphics, visual, kind of pull me into the story like that kind of game. But if I were to be able to just pick up a casual game, I mean, like right now my casual games are pinball on mobile. But if I were to pick up a casual game that I could just pick up and play, it would be the some sequel to Metroid, or going back to Castlevania games on NES and SNES. Sparky says, I get some wool and a needle and stab the wool a lot of times to get it in the shape I want. TBD says, I would love to play involved games, but I have more time for pick up and play games. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, because like I think I spent a total of 140 hours in Hogwarts, but that was over a large span of time. So that's the thing that I like about it, is just reading the story like it's a TV show, maybe doing a couple of actual user interactions, but watching the majority of it like it's a TV show. I really enjoy that. I still prefer nowadays to play tabletop games with my wife, especially co-op tabletop games. All right. All right. Where are we? I believe we are done with the toolbar. So the next thing that I would like to do is extract out the save as dialogue. So let's create a file for that. What do I want to call this? I want to call this dialogue components in case I have more dialogues. Save as template dialogue. Do you guys have a preference or maybe a rule that you use when you're naming something, either a dialogue or a modal? Dukkha is what I call it, obviously. Told you, if you have trouble naming a thing, just call it Dukkha. We'll get more Dukkha variables in here. It's just hard for me to do in my work products. You know me. I'll put it in the open source port of the data import utility. Okay. Here is I think DDMS still has a Dukasoft layout though. Forever immortalized. 8-bit says, depends on the uses of it. If the UI is a pop-up with just information or interactable interface with fields, it was a partial thought, 8-bits. I'll try not to be so hard on myself for not fully understanding, but I find it to be a failing of mine that I couldn't demystify your statement. For UI just for information like warning, hint boxes, or just to display a message, I use dialogue. For something with input fields and interactables, I use modal. For overlay UI. Interesting. Okay. And like, I don't mean to drill you on it. So if you don't feel like responding to any of these questions, don't. But I have FI and I need it to make sense so that I can adopt it to myself, or choose whether to adopt it or not. What do you know what things influenced your decision to say, if it's just displaying messages or warnings or hints, that's a dialogue. If it's interactable, if it's asking for input, it's a modal. Do you know what influenced your decisions in that regard? Okay, so there's some things that we know here that we can switch to state immediately, but first I need the same kind of state setup that I had on my dialogue, my toolbar. No, I don't want a full document. I want a conversation with you. If I wanted the document, I would look it up myself. So the answer that you're giving me though is that because you got it from documentation that and styling guides and naming conventions, that's what drove your decision to it. Yeah, this is going to be pretty much the same situation. So to me, a dialogue is something that is meant to appear as a reaction to something the user does. Cool. And a modal would be something that is asking for users' input and attention. And that's completely okay. That's what I was just wondering where your, as I stated it, where your influences came from for naming it that. And it sounds like it was from actual documentation, which is cool. It doesn't have to be. I was just wondering. I was just wondering. Oh my gosh. I was just wondering. Calm down. Property. We might do something with this. Return task.completed task. My influences came from VB6, and they called things like, I think it was message dialogue, and there was an option on message dialogue of whether to call it not to call it, whether to make it a modal or not. And so that's what influenced me to call everything a dialogue, where all dialogues are some kind of pop-up, but not all modals are dialogue, or all modals are dialogues, but not all dialogues are modal. So modal is the property of sitting on top and not allowing interaction with anything else, I think, is how VB6 used it. Okay, so now we have a mapper state. Okay, so that's one thing. And then the rest of these also get a mapper state. We'll keep the handle cancel, maybe. Yeah, I think we'll keep the handle cancel inside of this component. And then confirm would be our handle save template. This would be the perform save for the selected template. This is where our template response is coming from. Yeah, this is going to be a little harder for me to think of how I want to organize since I went the direction I did with the toolbar. We'll find out. 8-Bit says, do note, I do a lot of UI app development in Unity. I generally deal with windows, docked windows called views. They act like tab windows that can float. Yeah, cool. And in my case, it really is a window that pops up and either takes up the entire screen, and so the user is not allowed to do any interactions behind it, or sits on screen somewhere and they can move it around, but they'll just click OK to it, which is still different than a toast even. But like my templated question dialogue is going to be a modal. It's specifically a modal by your definition that is asking for user interaction. They're going to fill out some fields, hit a cancel button or a save button. But yes, I would definitely also call this a modal. Modal. Imports. So I have a feeling I'm going to be using loaders in a lot of places, so I'm adding it to my imports so that it's available everywhere. Gosh, this is not going to be easy to think about. where to put, where to put, where to put. Ah, yes. Oh, great. Oh, fantastic. So now it's like I'm telling state to be the thing that updates its variables and stuff through methods, but I have this bind right here that is going to bind to the selected template ID, which I'm storing in state. So do I update it directly? Do I keep my own private selected template ID and then update it in state afterwards? Well, let's start simple. Let's start with everything local, and then we'll pull it out the same way that we did the toolbar. So, oh, I didn't even open it yet. Oh wait, yes I did. It's all in the data import page. Okay, we need things such as in handle clicked, and handle clicked. So I'm going to grab these, and anything that I do already have. Wait, handle clicked. Anything that I do already have in state, I'll go ahead and reference directly in state. So here's my handle clicked. For example, the new template request exists in state. So 8-Bit said, that is a good way to differentiate as well. Unity has what is known as the overlay tool panel. Yeah, so tool panels versus dialogues versus modals. I definitely understand the panel concept, but determining whether to call a component a dialogue or modal. I see in a lot of component libraries, everything is called a modal. I think Bootstrap calls everything a dialogue. Maybe for CSS frameworks. Apparently that is not public in state. I thought it was. Wonder if there is a generally accepted idea for which is which. This is one reason I don't. Miss Web Dev. Lots of things don't have a standard. I'm pretty sure there is a standard, but I was more interested in your opinions rather than going and looking up what the official standard is. So we got those. Some of these have already been converted over to or 3. And we'll confirm clicked. State. Basta. Wait. Oh, because I didn't cut. I only copied. I was like, why is that still there? Handle confirm clicked. All right. This is where all the fun happens. In Cancun. Okay. Mapping state. I already forgot what this thing is called. Saving. Mapper state. Mapper state. But yes, I do appreciate you telling me your opinion. It does contribute to my decision on whether to call this thing a dialogue or a modal. Are you not public? You are. You are pulled up. Here is an indication or an example of me not fully seeing everything. Like the most recent thing that I did in the lab data state was to ask, are all of my public methods pulled up to the interface? And I went through them 3 times and I missed at least this one every time. Good job. All right, I'm gonna look again. That's the constructor, so that's fine. How goes it, Cataton? AKA Cat, AKA hi. It is going well. It is progressing, making progress. We're progressing. Yeah. Found template response. So this one actually tries to get the template as well. And I think that I turned found template response into a get only variable. In state. Cat says, well, I'm sick. Had a fever each morning in the last 3 days. My head hurts and I cough like hell. On a better note, I got a laptop, so now I can say I use Arch, by the way. But yeah, doing really well aside from the sickness. I was definitely feeling some kind of illness, and I haven't really been anywhere that I should have gotten sick from. I've been mostly home with just my wife only, and she's been here the whole time too. But my left nostril was draining like crazy, and you heard it this morning a little bit. I say this morning. You heard it closer to the beginning of the stream, where my throat just kept clogging up with gunk. And that's because my left sinus was draining a lot. And last night, especially, or yesterday afternoon, especially, I sneezed, and that just started this massive headache. And I was just burning up, feeling sick, just overall not feeling well. It's crazy. Cat says, stumbled across, I think it's called a generic parameter. Yes, like the of t, as in list of integer. So I dove into that and started making my own list class. Awesome. Yes. I use generics for everything. Everything. No, no, no. But I do like using generics. Okay. I made the found templates private set. So I definitely want this method in state. I'm going to move this to state now. Here we go. Watch me do it. What is this? Save as? Okay. Public task. Save. Perform. Save template. Okay. The thing that we need to provide to this method is the user import template that we are saving. I really, really don't want this to... Oh, it's here. It's this upsert template request. Perfect. So this is going to be called upsert template request, which is a upsert template request. Good. Now we're going to go ahead and paste already. I didn't copy it. Cat said, I made myself an occurrences method, which works just fine in another method in the list class, but nowhere else. That is another one that's really hard for me to parse mentally. I made myself an occurrences method, which works just fine in another method in the list class, but nowhere else. Okay, so the occurrences method only works inside of your list that you made. And if you try using occurrences outside of list, that list class, like in program.cs, it just doesn't actually work. But if you call it from another method within list class that you made, it works. Is it private? Is it protected? Is it internal? What's the visibility? Not private. Oh, it runs just not as expected. Okay. So it could be the way that you're accessing the instance. It could be a million, billion, trillion, quazillion, bazillion, fifillion, different things. Insert template response. Yeah, so this is my local upsert template response. You're not keeping your own request. Because all of these, no, these are responses. Excuse me, can you show me where these are again? Thank you. This needs to be the passed in parameter, por favor. Okay. So where else are you being used? Those new template request. Where is this? Set up or restore template. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna make you public. Ah, I did it again. I did it again. Excuse me. Excuse me. Con permiso. You get to state underscore and you become a property with all of the magical stuff. Thank you. Private set. Public. Never mind, it works. I have a list that has 2 3s, then I remove 1, and then I call occurrences, and I'm surprised that it gives me 1 occurrence. But it's working as expected. Got it. It took like an hour Googling, thinking it's some weird thing with comparing integers. I'm glad you were able to figure it out, though. And I'm glad that it worked as intended from the beginning. All right. So we need to pull both of these up. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the regions. Am I? Better just to keep it updated. It's just such a pain to keep updating the interface. I like being able to just to do the refactor suggestion of pulling up the code and not needing to come into the interface and move things around. But yeah. Like even this thing belongs somewhere else. No. No. Oh my gosh. The request for absurdity. Okay. Oof. Okay. You are not the selected user template. You are bladderful. You're so bladderful that I need to take a break real quick. I will be right back. There's my be right back screen. Do you like it? Oh, except Cat just wrote, at least it allowed me to find a problem in my remove first occurrence method. Yeah, the name is awful. It's not awful. It's understandable. It probably does what it says, but importantly, it removed all of them. So it was actually a remove all occurrences method. But it's a good method name, I think. Okay, I'll be right back. Oof. I was also feeling a bit peckish, so I grabbed a snack. I'm gonna eat in front of you. I can't believe it. Hello? I'm so blind. What did I do with it? There it is. Oh. Well, the removal method doesn't work anymore. So did you implement your own data structure then? You're not using a list behind the scenes? Wait, I turned my camera off. How can you still see the top of my head? Weird. It's a very homemade solution. Well, that's cool. It's very cool. Mm. Nom, nom, nom. Nom, 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 nom. I guess I really should call this upsert template. There aren't very many cookies in this thing. It is only 110 calorie pack. That's just a task. Does anyone remember if I made the response visible? I don't even have a response in here. We have the request. We have the methods. Okay. I'm almost done eating. Kat says, like when I add, it copies the old array. So you're using an array as the underlying data structure. Got it. Copies the old array into a new array and then passes the reference to the old array and sets the new array to null. If that makes sense. It kind of does. Snabble says, comparing integers in Java can be somewhat tricky in that there is int versus integer, and if you use int less than 256, if I recall correctly, then you get a cached version of integer, capital I, integer object. So int primitive is different than integer object in Java, and in C#, int is just an alias for integer object. int32 object, I should say, or int32 primitive. Masterette says, I built myself a quick weight tracker dashboard using Blazor during the holidays. Man, I need to find a Blazor job. So good. Isn't Blazor fun? I do love working in Blazor. Okay, I think I'm done making weird faces with all of the food in my cheeks. Also, hello back, Master Rat. That sounds like a fun project thing that you did there, sir. I was done until my lips started molting. Now I'm just eating my lips because I love my lips. Oh, very good now, lips. I had, they're called Made Good. I opened from the bottom, so I don't want crumbs to fall out. But they're soft-baked mini cookies. They're snickerdoodle flavor. All natural ingredients. Low calorie count. Mostly good for you. It actually has 20% of your daily vitamin A, C, E, and a couple other things. Crazy. Super taste. For being mostly oats, they were, well, then again, I love oatmeal cookies. All right, where was I? We are setting up the request, and now we need a response to, I think I want the response to be available as well. Is that not what it is? What is the type on the response? All right, I figured out why it doesn't work, says Cat. My solution makes literally 0 sense. Yeah, like passing off the reference, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know how I would implement it. Especially if you're going to do changes in place for an array that is a fixed size and you're trying to make it variable sized as a list. So passing off the essentially the list object would have an internal array that is referenced by everything else, and that array would be only accessible through your methods. And you update that array internally to the new array instead of trying to change the reference of the old array to the new array. Yeah, and in C# you have a lot of helper methods like array.copy. I think that would help in this situation. What are you supposed to be? Upsert template response, right? Oh, I could have just found out from this class. Oh, okay. I am starting to wane a little bit. I've only been at this since 4:30 with an hour break. And that's 4:30 a.m. Right now it's this time for me. Java has something for that too. Cool. I am looking for what my response is. Art track upload response? That doesn't sound right. It's response model IEnumerable. No, that's not right either. Dude. Awkward. I don't know anything. Handle confirm clicked. Upsert template response. There is an upsert template response. And it's a response model of good. Interesting. TBD Gamer says, I was up at 5 a.m. I'm pretty sure if I stop now, I'm going to take a nap. I just, yeah. I know that I'm not going to take a nap if I stop, but I will switch to music if I stop. Since I am done with Hogwarts and it's done, I'm going to switch to, or I'm getting back to being able to use the 2 hours at the end of my workday on doing music. I'm really, really excited for that. Snobble was saying to Cataton, array lists can be good. Yeah, so if you are using Java, array lists are a thing. But I think Cat's trying to come up with their own implementation in general using a raw array. So the lowest existing data structure that they can. And here it would be a primitive. Or no, it wouldn't even be a primitive because arrays, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to describe that, where like an array is still an object for the most part, I guess. So there shouldn't be too much of a difference between array list and array, except that array list does give you all of the helper functions for being able to add to an existing one and mutate the size. It ain't meant to be good, useful, fast. It's meant to work. I mean, if that's the case, if it's just meant to work, then why not just use list? Yeah, if you're expanding one single element at a time and you add 1 million elements, you need to loop 10 to the 12 times. I'm gonna believe you on the number of zeros in that, but yeah. If you add 100 elements, you need to loop 10,000 times, which is quick enough usually. I suppose I could let you add multiple values at once. Yeah, so again, that's where you might start looking at existing implementations, not the implementations themselves, sorry, the methods that you get on ArrayList or list. In C# for list, you have add range, where you can add an IEnumerable of the same object type to the existing list. Yeah, if you know ahead of time, you can just make the array big enough. Okay, so this is response model of. Good. But again, like, I don't want to discourage you from continuing the direction you're going. I think it's admirable. This was going to be upsert template response. And then we're going to change you to a U. And we're going to change you to a U. And leave a review. Array lists and such use another algorithm to expand the array quickly. It's good to experiment. Yeah. So again, we want to be encouraging to the path that you're going for, and I hope you do come up with a really cool solution that you are happy with and that you learn from it if that's your goal, but just that you get what you want out of it. Definitely. I'm going to put the response after the request. Not that it really matters. Okay. And then here is our selected template ID, which means that we probably want you to be public. And now I'm kind of just like, I'm falling into the trap of doing things and not really paying attention to what I'm doing. And I hope that it's going to be an okay approach in the end. But I'm essentially taking all of the things that were private variables to the individual thing and moving it to state. So if I don't see that this selected existing template ID is being used anywhere else, then I don't really have a reason for this to be in state. You should be upsert. Like if it's only contained in the templated question dialog, then that's what really matters. Right. And I already went over this like 16 times, but the reason that I do want it in state is because when I close the dialog, the variables that are held only in the component will get disposed, so I wouldn't be able to track it. So that is if the user already selected a different template ID, then when they open it, the save as dialog again, it should reopen to the same save as template ID, even if it's not the currently applied template. So that's why we're doing it that way. Okay, so I need to pull this up. No, why won't you let me? Oh, because that's already. Oh gosh, we're up here. I confused myself. It's all right though. We got this. Yeah, dang it. Dang it. Capital S. Change you to underscore S. All right, what are you missing? Invoke async. Cannot do. We cannot set the current request. Interesting. Okay, so this is really my upsert request right here, and I'm not just passing it in. This way I can keep track of the most recent upsert request. Why does that matter? I don't know. I don't think it does. If I'm passing this in, essentially what I would be doing is this. I pass in my upsert template request, and I am keeping track of my current upsert template request, and then I do all of my operations on the current upsert template request. And then down here, I set my current upsert template request to null, which doesn't happen every time. It only happens when this is successful. Gosh, I know how to word. Stop it! Stop making fun of me. Well, as I said, I just want to try out generics and have a bit of fun problem solving. Some games not working on my current Arch setup is not problem solving enough. Master Ed's like, that's my everyday. Bash keyboard until things are working. Apit says, that sounds like the prototype workflow for game dev. Thought there was a B then. I got lost. Somebody drive me to the place. The buzz noise. There was a buzz noise? Was it because I was all over the place and saying weird things? Or was it from the music? Bzz, bzz, bzz. I think I did that. That's what it was. Okay. I remember doing that. So what's... I don't understand. New template request. I don't understand new template request. But that's okay. We're gonna figure it all out. It's all gonna work out in the end. We do have this in state as well. So mapper state dot found template response. We have these in state. Mapper state dot. What? Oh, because I already had it set up here. Dagnabbit. It's okay. It's cleaned up now. Okay, and finally, handle template selection changed from the original is what? Do we want to pull this into state 2 and just pretty much say that my state class is going to have all of the logic for everything everywhere all at once? That's a bad idea. This sets up my new template request. Yeah, I need to rethink this. I need to actually pay attention to the decisions that I'm making here. If we are in the save as template, this is what? Is this save as template? This is not. Cute. Okay, so this thingy here is return for now mapper state dot perform upsert template request, which is potentially null. Am I doing a null check in here in my implementation? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Okay, you're allowed to be null. Excuse me. And you there, you need docs. It works with strings. Awesome. Now try a complex object. Which I guess strings are objects. All my methods work, or so it seems. Wait, didn't I just put this method in the wrong place? How am I back at state? Huh? Works with ints as well. Because I didn't bring it over. This kid. Yeah, this is definitely different than the way that I would normally set up my component library, but that's because my component libraries are usually just a separate Razor class library for the application that I'm using it in. And here, this is a Razor class library that can be used in a number of different applications. Try a duca, or a complex variable object. What's the explosion? 10k cheer. It's a 10k cheer badge. That's crazy though. You're crazy, Ducasoft. You have a lot of badges. Billion badges, Ducasoft. Crazy. Okay. Let's just change the things that we know. Mapper state. Oh, that one might have been a message directly to me from work. So let me just double check that real quick. Or it's spam call. I don't even know how this is possible. This phone here, this one here, doesn't have a SIM. It's the only way that it does phone is through Teams, and Teams is hooked up everywhere. It's on this computer, it's on my other phone, it's on my tablet, and none of those are ringing. like there is a spam call coming in. Only this phone. So I don't think it's coming in through Teams, but I don't know how anything is able to call this phone when it doesn't have a SIM nor phone number. It's so weird. Aliens, yes, you're right. Oh my gosh, are we gonna get on the topic of aliens? Because I will talk about aliens. All I gotta say is everyone is wrong and everyone is right. I won't though. I will restrain myself. Yeah, this is where all the weirdness happens. I don't want them to be in mapper state anymore. Well, now to figure out why I can add a 5 to a Boolean list. I mean, yeah, internally the arrays are object arrays. Well, that's why. They shouldn't be object arrays internally. They should be arrays of T. So if I were to create a new list class called myList with a generic, dang it, class, and again, this is C#, so do with it what you will. And I don't want to use a list as my backing, as my internal storage, then I would have a public array of T as opposed to, or not a public, sorry, private. Array of T as opposed to a private array of object. So that's a hint if that's not what you're already doing. So this will be either a primitive if that's what you pass, if that's what you're assigning as the generic, or but why is it always tea? Why can't we use coffee already? Because we love our tea. In fact, I should probably make some after the stream. Tea. I have my 2-cup coffee limit, but I allow myself as much tea as I want because most of the time my tea is decaf, is non-caffeinated. And if it is caffeinated, it's hardly any amount of caffeine. I can't say I quite understand why I can't make tea arrays. You should be able to. You should definitely be able to. So let's say you create a new list and you get a capacity. You should always be able to create a new list or a new array of T of that capacity. Now, if you're trying to instantiate an individual object of T, so items of 0 equals new T, you won't be able to do that unless you constrain T to be an object that has a default constructor. But what you could do instead is set it to default. But again, I'm going to stop with that there. I won't offer any more advice because that's more of a Friday topic, and I only have 30 minutes left to pretty much undo all of the things that I did with moving everything into state. Because now I just want to move it into the individual components. No, please don't apologize. You are definitely welcome to continue chatting about it. It's on me to decide whether I'm going to go that deep into it. But there are more people in chat than just me on stream. I will read your chat just fine. Absolutely. I just won't dive into it as deep as I have been. So you aren't doing anything worth apologizing for. Okay, so what I need to do is consider the actual construction of all of these components. I move my toolbar, which again needs to be outside of the same layout position. It can't be in the same main window area. Cool, let me click on this. I can't show it because the app isn't going to compile at the moment. But I couldn't just have one containing component for this entire UI like I wanted to have. Originally, I had my my dockable toolbar. We'll just call it a toolbar. I had my toolbar inside of the same page component. My question dialog is in the same component, but again, that doesn't work all the time either, because when it pops up as a modal, it doesn't block the title bar or the navigation bar in the layout. So I'm really wanting this to be a separate component, and I want the toolbar to be a completely separate component, but they all need to be able to talk with each other. And that's what I use a state class for, that I usually pass down as or what I normally do is I use dependency injection to get access to that state throughout my application. But here I'm also providing the option to pass it down as a cascading parameter in case you just want it to hold its own state, or you want to control the state itself. That said, now that I am trying to just have my toolbar be this kind of control thing that if I click on a button in the toolbar, it updates state immediately, I am continuing with that thought process through the save as dialog, and that is not correct. The save as dialog should hold on to all of its own information, except for, yeah, the only thing that the save as dialog would care about getting from state is what is the active template, what was the most recent selected template ID, and everything else should be handled by the component itself. Saving, displaying error messages, and dismissing itself. Okay, that said, I don't want the save in state. Which was this method to begin with. But then there are all of these things that were specifically in state So now I have my component controlling state. Is that worse than having my state be the controller for everything and have all of the code everywhere all the time? Well, I'm going to try it out because it's going to be fast enough to do. Cat does say, well, obviously it should take the integer. I don't know why. Oh, wait. It still shouldn't take an integer as the add parameter is of the t type, and the type is Boolean, meaning it shouldn't accept 5, and yet it does. Or does it? I could be wrong about this. It's been a while. In C or C++ or something, a Boolean is just an integer where 0 is false and non-zero is true. Maybe. But anyway, it could be like that for Java, where a Boolean really is just, it can be cast from an integer where 0 is the only thing that means false, anything non-zero means true. Are you sure? Yeah, I mean, it has Boolean. I know it's not bool like we do in C#, but yeah. Okay, so in C# it definitely doesn't auto cast. It's not an implicit cast. But it's possible in Java. It's correct that C, C++, anything can be a bool kind of, and it's false if 0 and true in every other case. Yeah, good. I did remember. That was from like 20 plus years ago, man. It sure doesn't let me store a number in a Boolean variable. Okay, so yeah, same case where you actually just tried to create a new Boolean and tried to store the number in that variable. But it's letting you pass it in as a parameter for your generic when you're creating a list of Boolean. Weird. Very weird. And you know what? It also takes a string. So then for your integer, when you do a list of int, can you add a string? In Java, there is something called type erasure. So the type check happens compile time. Interesting. Tomate Salat, thank you so much for the raid. We were just talking some Java. In case you are getting pre-rolls, I will wait for a little bit before saying too much, but guys, if you have not seen a Tomate Salat stream, you should definitely check him out. I hope I spelled it right. I was lurking on your stream last week. A couple weeks ago. I wasn't lurking today. There you are. There's your message. So hi, welcome in. There are now a couple of streamers that are live. Sorry, I have not been around anywhere for the past week, and today I was only lurking on one stream at a time. Earlier it was Bit Gamey, and then it was C# Fritz. But I did see that you were live. Now it's Sebelix. Okay. But anyway, what were you doing today? Feel free to share anything you feel like sharing. Welcome into all of you amazing people that we're hanging out with, Tomate. I am Umberto. I am one lion, and I don't know. I decided to say my actual first name. Not that I care if you know it or not. It's everywhere. But point is, I'm one lion. I am a .NET developer working on real-world web applications. Currently working on a utility for importing data from spreadsheet, turning it into a C# class, and eventually uploading it to a database. And so what I'm doing currently is not refactoring, but turning my sample application into a component library that can be shipped with the tool itself, and I can put it in any of the applications that I want. Any of them that I want. Okay, so TBD was responding to Kat a little bit, saying, do you have a gist of this code? And he goes, huh? Huh? So if you have an array list, the compiler will block inserting a boolean. Finally, the chance to raid you back. Well, you ended early. I don't know. Snell says, but if you can't cast it to an array list without the generic type, you can add booleans to the list with no problem. Sorry, I'm a bit confused, says Kat. So a gist is pretty much a snippet of code, essentially. I think there is a Java fiddle. Is there a Java fiddle? Yeah, there's a Java fiddle, so you can create. So gist is an actual product application, I guess. I don't know what you call this thing, but yeah, it's just one of these. So if you have your code that you can put in a shareable place, either as a gist or as a fiddle. I declared it without the type and called the constructor with a type. Aha. All right, so Tamate said we were adding more upgrades to the game, fixed bugs, and started adding costs to upgrades. Oh dear. So you're doing project planning type stuff. Have I got the app for you? Have you heard of Liquid Sky? I'm sorry. Sell. But yeah, absolutely, you're welcome. Definitely feel free to take off if you need to. I appreciate the raid. Stick around if you feel like it. We're going to continue for another 20-ish minutes. No, not so much project planning. The game itself is roguelike. Oh, okay. Cost to the upgrades that you get every time you die or you pass level. Like, costing upgrades. What does that sound like to me? It sounds like project management work and saying, this is going to take about 6 hours with a level of effort of 250 and be completely wrong about all of my time estimates. My bag. Okay, gosh. Well, in-game you make money by selling fake money, and that you will be able to use for buying upgrades. Yeah, I definitely got it now. I just thought it was hilarious where my brain went. All right, 8-bits, have a wonderful day. He's going to start his own stream in an hour or so. Time to practice some alien planet environment making and Blender modeling. We're all talking about aliens so much. Isn't it curious that we're all like, hey, the media said there's going to be disclosure. We should all start believing that this thing that we knew was true is actually true. And anyway, I'm just going to sound like a crazy person. Removing is a bit wonky with bools, but I can't be bothered fixing it right now. I mean, it doesn't make sense really to... Actually, no, it should work the same as you expect an int. So imagine only having two values that you could possibly put in for your list of int, or even your list of strings. So a list of bool, same deal. If you're allowing for multiples and repeated and occurrence, like you have a method called occurrences, then you should be able to handle bools just fine. Same way. But in order to make implementation simple, all upgrades are for free at the moment. And now I put restrictions on it. Oh dear. 8-Bit says, I'm mainly just trying to try out different environments for portfolio setup, trying to make a Risk of Rain 2 style level for an environmental demo. Take it easy. I will do my best to take it easy. No guarantees though. So if mapper state dot found template response. So yeah, again, this application that I am working on is one that is intended to help with importing records from an arbitrary lab that is performing analysis samples that we send to them and giving us the results back. We have an expected way that we receive the results from one specific lab because they were the only lab we've utilized up until this point. But now we are utilizing other labs, and so we're receiving Excel workbooks and CSVs in, at least it starts with a column header row and rows of data after it, but we don't know what columns are being provided and what information is in those columns. So even if they have a column that matches up to a column that we're expecting to be able to output in our database, it's not necessarily the case that the values in that column will honor the requirements, the constraints that we have put on our columns. And I don't know why these constraints are what they are, but they are. They've existed since the beginning of time. That was weird. Don't do that. Need to close that. Okay. Cool. And again, yeah, so like, what am I going to do here? Did we actually agree on a... No, you know what? I think I made a repeating alarm for Mondays is what happened. Yeah, whoops. You weren't supposed to be repeating. You were supposed to be for a specific day. Okay. I was like, did I have a meeting that I completely forgot about? I don't think he resent a meeting invite, so no. No, we're good. We're good. Okay. I don't want to do a second if null check here. Because the thing that's happening, the reason that I had to remove the mapper state.found response template question mark equals new is because I made found template response read only outside of the mapper state class. So it's private set. And I don't want to change its value outside of the mapper state class. So essentially, I mean, if this is going to be question mark equals new, then why not make this non-nullable and initialize it to new. I think we're going to do that. Then I won't have to worry about it. Okay, but the thing that I will still do then is to initialize the return object if it is null. And that's going to still be okay because now I'm just changing a property of mapper state found template response. Cool. All right. Kat said, I know, to something that I said earlier. And yet it does not quite work as well as it does with instance strings. It removes the values, but keeps null in their place. Interesting. While with instance strings, it removes the values and does not keep nulls in their place. So isn't, I don't know. I don't know why that is. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Removing the first occurrence also works fine with bools. So it's just interesting that you would leave the array element that got removed there instead of creating a new array with one fewer elements in any of those cases. So if I'm removing something from a list, I'm expecting the list to shrink by the amount of things that I'm removing from it. Ow. Okay. And then this should work. Copy errors too should work. And updating this thing should work. Cool. And then this one is writable from outside of state. And finally, this is an interesting if. Cool. Then mapper state refresh dockable toolbar. In order to repopulate the information, clear out the upsert template request and the new template request. Why? And then hide the dialog. We're no longer saving, and we will refresh after everything. So do we really want to do this refresh here, since we're going to do it at the bottom? 9. Okay, and we can keep this. All right, so did I leave the handle confirm clicked in here? I did not. Googe, but it was called perform upsert. Okay, that goes away. And the lab data state implementation perform upsert was never implemented, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh wait, it was, and this is where I actually deleted it from. Good. Upsert. Okay, so I still have this upsert template request that is referenced in multiple places. For example, in here, and it's getting updated when we do this setup or store new template. Setup or restore new template. Which is called by what? Show save as dialog. Well, are you manipulating? Maybe because I am not trying to initialize. Do I need to keep the request outside of this component? Don't. Why would I need to? Handle existing template selection changed. Oh my goodness, I remember now. Okay. I need to step through this, so I'm going to show it if we can build. But it's the naming of things that's getting me now. So as I'm looking at this, I just named these variables not great. I think if I show it, then I'm going to remember what the thinking was and hopefully be able to come up with a better name, maybe. It looks like it's going to build. Good. All right, so let's try running it. Oh, that's interesting. And it's working fine. You're just reading your log consoles wrong. I mean, console logs. I was reading the detected values instead of the actual values in the new array. Got it. Okay, so we ran here. Refresh. Yes, got what you mean. Okay, when we have a loaded file, that's step one. So here's an example of the import utility. Again, this is the implementation specifically for transforming the input workbook or CSV, transforming that into a RTrack upload model, so a C# class that I came up with. The underlying data import utility uses generics for this step because that library doesn't dictate the target type. You as the developer using the library would dictate the target type, and this is an implementation where I as the developer am dictating the target type. So it's here. This save as dialog is the one that we're working on. And so there are two upload templates. There's the, if I choose this one and I start filling in information, but I'm like, I actually want it to be a new one. And then I end up thinking, well, actually, no, it's just an update to the existing one. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what it was. It was the opposite. I start creating one, some new template, and then I select, I'm like, maybe it's actually overwriting one of these other ones. And then I change my mind and I'm like, wait, I don't want to overwrite, but I don't want to have to retype in all of the information that I just typed. So I'm keeping track of the create new. And so that's what this new lab data, new upsert request is. New template request. Yeah, okay. But again, in that case, it's still a matter of why am I trying to access this from outside of the this component. This component should be the thing that manages the requests and responses. So I'm going to do that. All right, over in our iLab data state, we're getting rid of these. And then the found template is used by the toolbar and the save as. So this does belong in state. Selected existing template ID. Again, I want that to be persisted even if I close the save as template dialog. So that one, it stays in state. Okay. So then back to our lab import state. Oh, I want to stop because we're going to start getting some errors. The request and the response go away. There shouldn't be anything that is trying to access those variables, but there are. And it's this setup or restore new template, which doesn't belong in state. And so what else was calling? Here. Okay, this looks like it is also specific to the save as template. And what about you, find matching? You don't call any of these, right? All right. Okay, so we're moving these back into, excuse me. Oh, but there's some errors up here. Populate existing. So for the show save as, got it. We'll be okay. Everything's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna work. He says to himself without fully believing it. Okay. Oh, right. And now we have capital letters where we shouldn't have capital letters, and we're missing mapper state. Need mapper state. Cool. Should be the last one of these. You make 2. You and me and baby make 3. Does anyone know what that's from? It's kind of vague. It's kind of a vague reference. I'm not good at references as it is, and so the ones that I do know are usually pretty vague. It's from You Don't Know Jack, specifically. Oh gosh, which one was that? I'm seeing a black case for it, jewel case for it, because I had it on CD. Anyway, you know what you don't know Jack is. Everyone knows You Don't Know Jack. But they have the little jingle that they do for the question numbers, and for 3 was you and me and baby make 3. Okay, so we need these setup or restore templates back. We can get the await invoke async back. Okay, so the other thing that is happening here is in state, the show save as template dialog has some logic that it shouldn't have. The only thing that this thing is trying to do is show the template dialog. Show the save as dialog. So we're going to make this void. This will be the last thing that I do for today. we need to go back to the method stub, make you void, and in our uninitialized, we need to update our selected template based off of the GUID. And that should work. So now all of the logic for this save as stuff is happening inside of this component. Again, the only reason that I have so much logic for the toolbar in state is because there are so many things that affect the toolbar, whereas this save as dialog doesn't affect very many things. You either successfully save or you don't successfully save. And if it fails, the error message is displayed in the component itself. And nothing else really cares about it other than disabling the buttons while it's doing the load. But that's going to be handled differently. I'm going to have a full page loader that pops up a modal that says saving or whatever message I want to put on there, and everything else is blocked and you can't perform any other actions while it's saving or loading or doing whatever it's doing. So I do like that. I think that is the correct way to go. I'm going to try to build, make sure that I didn't break anything else. Maybe the call to show save as template. No, that's good. The reference to it is good. So yeah, everything built, everything worked so far. Does what I want it to do. I keep looking down. I don't know when I started looking down in my little bottom panel area for Git, but I don't know. It's weird. It's always been on the right hand side for me. Okay, so what did I do? What? Copilot. What did I do? Oh man, I get to say this again, finally. So after my stream today, once we raid out, moved, save template and dockable toolbar to component library, and did CSS stuff. Once I'm done with the stream, after I enter my time card, I am going to get back to writing music. Oh man, it's gonna be so good. I miss it so much. And then tomorrow, my intention is that tomorrow, even though it's New Year's Eve, I will be, well, I don't know. What days do people normally get off around the New Year's time frame? Is it only New Year's Day, or do people get New Year's Eve off? Federal holidays. So TBD gets New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Federal public holidays says only New Year's Day. Okay, well, here's my plan then. Tomorrow, I will work on this, and then on Wednesday we'll stream. We'll stream on Wednesday still. I don't know that it would be okay for me to bill, because the only thing that I would stream is this work. I don't have anything else in my bag. I guess I could spend a couple hours on the bot on Wednesday. Yeah. Anyway, I plan on streaming regular on Wednesday. I don't know what I'm going to stream, but I will stream on Wednesday. And then on Friday, we'll have community day as per normal. And I don't actually expect anyone to be awake or functional on New Year's Day. So please don't feel obligated to show up, even though I say I'm going to stream on Wednesday. Um, but I'll most likely be working on the bot, which is probably not super exciting. But I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what's exciting to you and what isn't. But yeah, I'm going to enter my time. I am going to raid out and call it a day. Damn, I have to be here. Unless you want to stream Dukasoft, in which case we'll just hang out with you and maybe do a co-op stream. TBD says, I will likely be around. I'm hoping to get some room tidying done tomorrow and maybe get a New Year's Eve gaming stream in. Awesome. I will most likely be there. And Peter was here. Peter was lurking. But dev streams I'll return to next week. Yeah. So if you do stream tomorrow, I'll most likely watch while working on all this, of course. But we are going to raid out. I bet you can't guess who we're going to raid out to. The easiest one to raid currently. We're going to raid out to Irish John Games. His channel is marked as for mature audiences, so if you aren't in mature audiences, then please leave. Otherwise, please hang out. Stick with us for the raid over to Irish John Games. As I mentioned earlier, he is a fantastic streamer. He's a game developer. Raid 1 Lion. One day. I'm getting closer. I did start a brand new song from scratch, and one of them turned out really good. Another one turned out not so good. So once I get to the point where I'm consistently making things that I'm proud of, I'll start streaming my music stuff that I do on my work days after my work day. And that'll be at around 1:30 p.m. my time. But yeah, anyway, point is, right now, and that would be on a completely different channel anyway. I'm mod there. Okay, but anyway, that's it. I'm falling behind on the waiting. YouTube is where all of the streams get posted to at some point in time, and I'll be back again on Wednesday. And ciao for now. Juice.